It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save the love. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save the love. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how.
Hey, 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 1, Tut. Hey, 1. Tut. Hey. Tut. Hey, 1. Hey. Hey. 1, 2, hey. Hey, 1, tut. Hey, 1. One, two, hey, 1, hey, 1, hey, 1, 1, hey. Hey, 1, 2, hey, tut, hey, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, hey. 1, tut, hey, 1, 1. Hey, 1, hey, 1, hey, 1. Hey, 1, hey, tut. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Toot.
Hello. It is with. क्या बोल रहे हैं?
some things never change. It's all the same, some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same, but you won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save it, no. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save it, no. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Jabu Mbalula. I'm the MEC for Community Safety, Roads and Transport in the Free State. I've been requested to program direct this last session of the conference. And so as we get ready to start, I would like to call the following people to come on stage. Kungabandi kakhulu kule ndawo ndingahlali indodwa apha. Dr. Satu, Ms. Rentse Tembo, Bothwell Manakai, Buitumelo Mashilo, Dr. Hubert joined. Can they all come on stage? And please, let's call our honored guests, delegates that are still outside to come inside. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. To also join on stage is Mr. Miguel Navarro Martin and Satish Sundarayan. Long, difficult name. Apologies if I pronounce it wrongly. But can they also join us on stage?
You are perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. All the best, guys. Take your seats, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm very happy to see so many people in the hall. When it's the third day of a conference, the crowds usually thin quite a bit. So I think you all deserve a gold star that you showed up today. So all the protocols are observed. We are not going to go through the formalities. My name is Satu Kähkönen, and I'm the World Bank's country director for Southern Africa, and I'm based here in lovely South Africa, and enjoy it a lot. Now, the past 2 days of this conference have been very work-filled, and you have focused on the achievement of national targets in each transport subsector. You have talked about ports, maritime, aviation, public transport, and digitalization. Now, the purpose of this final day of the conference is to answer a simple, but also perhaps the most important question. And that question is, how will we finance the transport sector reform and upgrading? Where's the money going to come from? I'm sure you all want to do a lot, but there's that little thing which is called financing constraint. And as you all know, infrastructure is expensive. In the case of South Africa, the transport sector faces a significant financing gap. And that is due to fiscal constraints, high borrowing costs, and competing social priorities for very scarce government funding. And infrastructure needs at the same time in South Africa amount to about 5 to 6 trillion rand annually up to 2030. Although government commitments exceed 1 trillion rand for infrastructure in the next 3 years, and 402 billion rands are expected to be allocated to transport and logistics alone, a significant financing gap remains. And it is obvious that the government alone cannot cover that gap. And this is unfortunately the situation in most countries. We all wish that there was no budget constraint and there was plenty of money available for everything. But in light of this, it is now necessary to shift from a state-centered delivery model to a diversified, multi-sourced financing architecture for transport. South Africa's and many other countries' transport sector has underutilized private capital and expertise, while at the same time international experience tells us that private capital and private expertise are essential in bridging the financing gap and accelerating as well infrastructure delivery. So we do need to get not just the public, not just the government, but also the private sector on board. Now, this session this morning proposes a diversified financing architecture, moving away from a government-centered model to one that mobilizes commercial and private finance at scale alongside public and development resources. So we need to tap different pots of money to try to fill the gaps that we have in the infrastructure on the African continent. Now, such a financing architecture could include a lot of things, and let me mention some. Obviously, it could include private sector participation, it could include blended finance with multilateral development banks, it could include guarantees from development finance institutions. It can include results-based and performance-linked public financing, diversification and broadening of domestic revenue sources, that's taxes, green and sustainability-linked financing for transport decarbonization, and it can also include asset monetization or recycling. So that is unlocking value from existing transport assets. So there are different options. And we are going to talk about many of these options this morning. But I do want to basically note one thing, that as we discuss different financing options, we need to remember that challenge is not just securing capital, but it's also creating sustainable revenue streams, strengthening governance, and maximizing operational efficiency. So we need to make sure that what we put in place is also operating most efficiently. These issues cannot be forgotten when we consider different options. Now, we will have 2 sessions today to answer that headline question: how we will finance the transport sector, how we will cover the financing gap. The first session will explore how to leverage different sources of funding. This includes institutional investors, sovereign wealth fund, pension funds, and other infrastructure funds. And I'm very pleased that 2 of my colleagues, Miguel Navarro and Satish Sundarayan from the World Bank, are here today, and they will give you an overview of latest global innovative financing models. I hope they will tell you something new, something that you have not heard of before. And after that, we will have a distinguished panel that will bring perspectives from different financial institutions. The panel will include representatives from leading commercial banks, international financial institutions, and the National Treasury. So, I hope that you will enjoy these sessions, and I hope that you will also participate in discussions. Please grill the speakers, please grill the panel. you will have an opportunity to ask questions. So thank you very much and enjoy this morning session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that powerful input. When I greeted you, I should also proceed to make my opening remarks as a program director. So after which the speaker that has just left the podium should have come. But I do not think that's a train smash. I will like to call on stage our moderator for this session, Ms. Bongi Kunene. I will talk more about who she is exactly once she's on stage and when we are rolling with our program. I think we should start by giving ourselves a round of big applause. Just this morning, we were reflecting with the Deputy Minister. I have also lost count because I've been attending a lot of conferences, but never had I seen an attendance that is so disciplined and organized from beginning to end. So for that, a big round of applause. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me just start by saying, when I'm now doing my program directing, there's a famous proverb that says, open quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far together, let's work together, close quote. And this is the main reason we have gathered here, not just as officials and policymakers, but as individuals who have shared a shared responsibility to advance our country. And as we are on day 3 of this National Transport Conference, we have critically reflected on our deliberations from the past 2 days, or we are going to critically reflect on our deliberations of the past 2 days. The speaker that came before has already set the scene and reflected on some of the issues that were quite critical and central to our deliberations. And most importantly, as we go back, we need to have an implementation strategy for us to realize the theme of this conference, which was transport as the enabler of growth, job creation, inclusivity, and sustainability. And what has been made clear is that transport is not just infrastructure, but it is the backbone of our economic transformation, connecting our people to opportunities as well. We have been inspired by the words of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa's soaring keynote address, which stated that growth stalls when our transport systems are inefficient and the country thrives when they work well. He then also made it clear that we must do more than work together, and we should break away from this trend, or from a trend of working in silos, and build a new era of working together as government, business, labor, and the entirety of Africa. His demand for Transport Council was made much more than just a call, but it was a clear statement that the future of transport in South Africa would be founded on the principles of collaboration and shared responsibility. Our deliberations did look into the entire spectrum of the things that are pillars for transport, which amongst others include road transport, rail transport, the ports, public transport, and aviation. And these are the lifelines of mobility and economic access, particularly in provinces like the Free State, where I come from. They are the gateways to global trade and economic competitiveness. And as we embark on today's program, focusing on one critical question, which is how do we fund, finance, and implement the transport system we dream of? Because the success of this conference has nothing to do with the merits of our deliberations, but the strength of our execution. And this is where the spirit of collaborative effort becomes vital. What the conference has discussed and what the President has stressed in his keynote address demands that we all move in the same direction as government, the private sector, labor, and our SADC partners. I think it was the second panel where each and everyone that participated shared the insights of what their countries are doing individually. It is only through this collaborative approach that we can create a transport system that is effective and sustainable. From the Free State point of view, we know this responsibility. Through initiatives like the pothole eradication program, we are not just protecting our road users, but we are rebuilding the economic arteries that connect our people to opportunities and restoring dignity to our communities. But we also understand that our provincial role needs to conform with the national vision presented at this conference. If this conference is ever going to truly be a turning point, then we need to walk out here with the same commitment on how we will implement resolutions of this conference together. With those few words, I would like to start with our program of the day and hope that all came expecting our thirst of knowledge to be quenched by today's speakers. As you can already see that we have a panel that is up here. And so I would like to just highlight the following regarding our program moderator of this panel, Ms. Bongi Kunen. She holds a master's degree in development economics from the University of London. She has participated at the executive level in both the private sector and government, firstly being the executive for Pan-Africa head of public sector banking at Standard Bank Group, executive director at the World Bank Group in Washington, D.C., and also occupied different executive positions in government. And I introduce to you the moderator for this session, Ms. Bongi Kunene. Thereafter, we'll move straight to other items in our program, which would include the, just a minute. Which will include the reading out of the conference declaration, immediately after which the Deputy Minister would talk to us by giving his closing remarks. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause for me. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the MEC. It's customary that someone asks for the clapping, so I'm just doing the custom. I have been introduced. I noted that it was history, so I would like to just update who I am. I am currently the Managing Director for the Banking Association South Africa. Today we are dealing with the issues of financing transport. And in the audience with us, we've got a number of people from different financial institutions. As you know, it's not just banks that would offer financing for transport programs. There are also other financiers, asset fund managers, wealth managers, assurers, and others. We are all here with you today because moving from point A to point B is very important for our country. And I know some of us, I think almost everyone who's in here, may have come by a car, anything which is an automotive, but we also finance air transport, that which is on water. And I don't know if we've found a way yet of making money out of just rural ways of traversing from point A to B. And if it can be done, trust me, it will be done. But for today, we are going to hear from our speakers before I ask them to come to start the program. We already had Satu, who ably gave us our context for today. I would just like to introduce the two speakers after her. So Miguel Navarro, he is part of a team that is responsible for helping sovereign and sub-sovereign clients worldwide maximize access to development financing and mitigate risk by designing and implementing financial products and providing advisory services. Miguel's team specifically helps the World Bank Group's operational teams and clients understand and use the full range of financial and risk management products through capacity building, direct engagement with project teams and government officials, and customize advisory services on topics such as financial and risk management, as well as green and sustainable finance. I have to say, Miguel, that you've come to the right country. South Africa is currently seized with all matters green and sustainable. He is a chartered financial accountant, holds a master's degree in international business administration from the Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, and a master's degree in international economics and Latin American studies from the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Baltimore, which is part of the greater Washington, D.C. area. Can we welcome Miguel? Miguel, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. The presentation is being loaded. I just want to, the presentation. While they are loading the presentation, let me just start by saying that, something that you have been hearing for the past 2 days, which is that South Africa has a deep pool of long-term domestic savings and sophisticated financial markets. But infrastructure allocation remains constrained because of the risk, because of the lack of pipeline quality, and the structure of transactions that need to be marketable for the different institutions that are represented here today for them to actually invest in them. The price is for us, the objective for us is how do we transform these projects and the reforms that need to come with it so that we have projects that are investable assets by the different institutions that will be speaking here today. One of the things that is very important is how do we create these investable assets, right? There has to be a way for us to get there. First of all, we need to create that pipeline. We have to have the products that become interesting for the different financiers. And we also, what we're going to be hearing a little bit later also is protection. The protection that actually comes with different products so that we can de-risk some of these projects. This is a really practical framework that aligns reforms, capital, and risk sharing. Since the presentation is, no, this is the wrong presentation, but don't worry. I have it over here, and as long as you hear me, the presentation is just an aid for you to follow and get distracted. Anyway, let's talk about pipelines, right? How do we create credible investable transport projects? Investors will buy projects that have predictable cash flows, that have clear governance, and credible counterparts. That's very important. These has to be, these projects are ready or will be considered to be ready when we have realistic demands, the revenue and assumptions are correct. There is, particularly in every single country, a robust procurement and contracted management system, that tariffs are clear, that the frameworks, fee frameworks and others, things like enforceable performance regulatory regimes are in place. And that is actually the first step towards creating this pipeline. Second is, how do we create these products? And here is the most important part of the presentation that I want to make to you, which is how do we match the funding sources to the right transport investment products? Let's take a look at the different pools of capital that we have available. Sad already made mention to many of them, but let's look and dissect by each segment what these are. So we talk, for example, about institutional investors, which include asset managers and insurance. What do these want? What do they want? They want scale, right? They also want to make sure that there is enough liquidity so they can move these assets around. They want predictable cash flow, so when you're making your assumptions, to make sure that you have taken into consideration everything that may or break or make a deal. They want credible disclosure and reporting of the investments that they have made. What products will work better for them? And here we make a mention of, for example, project bonds, infrastructure bonds. And it's clear, as you mentioned in your remarks at the beginning when introducing me, also includes thematic and sustainable bonds. In this day and age, these are two types of bonds that are in high demand by investors. Why? Because we are trying to green our planet. So the more green and sustainable these transport projects that you are going to be engaging in are, the better are going to be for the environment and the overall world. So next one, we're going to be seeing that there are also pension funds. We all have those in the country. What are they looking for? In their particular case, they're looking for long duration. As you know, these pension investments are, we start putting money into our pensions since the day one that we start working, and then 30 or 40 years after, that's when we're actually going to start receiving those benefits. So we need long-term investments. For these, most of what products work for these type of investors is investment-grade style infrastructure debt enhanced with, one of the themes of the presentation that you're going to hear later is with guarantees. Pool vehicles with strong governance, and some of them that are, some of these companies would prefer to start small with debt guaranteed instruments, and then they will move to raise riskier assets once they actually get to know you. So it is also a matter of when you start, think of the different steps that it will take for you to start small and then move it into larger scale. Other type of investor will be sovereign wealth funds, both that, and public and long-term pools. Here is what they want in principle, again, long-term linked pools to anchor deals and crowd in others. This is super important, particularly for the sovereign wealth funds. They will be the anchor investor here in the country, let's say, and they will be actually bringing in the private sector. Once they are in there, they know that there is going to be a quality asset that will come out of that. So, and they will also be providing first losses and catalytic capital. So when they invest, they bring co-investors with them, and that's actually how we crowd in larger pools. Another group of investors is infrastructure funds, both domestic and global. What they want is a stable investment regime, replicability of the type of investments, and credible exit pathways. What products work for them is the PPPs in equity and long-term debt with predictable risk allocation, platform approaches such as multiple assets under one government finance umbrella, co-investment frameworks, and others. So next is, we have heard, we have the pipeline, then we have the sources of financing that all of them require one type of security or another. Some of them are in the long term, other ones more security. They all want to make sure that when they are doing these investments, they are going to be successful. So then what happens is that they like it, but there comes the issue of, there are some types of risks that they would not like to see. So how do we protect these investments that these different pools of resources are going to be making is by precisely where the multilaterals come in and where we can use lending that Satu mentioned, contingent credit lines, new types of products like some that the World Bank has started, like step-up loans, guarantees, and that's how investors become, investments become extremely relevant. So using the private sector and institutions, multilateral institutions, to actually crowd in all the necessary resources. How do we enable these conditions so that investors will listen and actually come to the table? One, first we have to prioritize the pipeline and make sure that there is a scale, that we standardize contracts, so that's is actually super important that we are dealing with a standardized type of contracts, that we have the feasibility land permits, procurement readiness, etc. Second is credit quality uplift. That means that reduce the resilience on blanket sovereign guarantees. We usually see that, okay, you say, let's say in South Africa, the government is going to, or one of the state enterprises will actually start a project. Oh, don't worry, the government is actually behind this and is going to guarantee that. Sometimes it's not enough. We really have to use other type of guarantees that are far more powerful than the government's own guarantee. A clear PPP framework, an legal framework. Again, I will not stress it lightly, transparency and reporting. When you're investing, you want to know that your money has gone to the right place, where it was intended to be, and that you constantly receive the reports that the project is actually being implemented on time, and the revenue generation that you were expecting from the project is actually being matched. Also, we can see that in many cases, particularly here in South Africa, why not look for investments that can actually be turned into local currency even when they are coming from abroad? There is a sufficiently healthy swap market for any international loan that you get to actually be converted in local currency, or actually do the lending from some of the private arms of institutions to make the investments in local currency to reduce that type of risk. And tenor solutions. One of the most important things is that in many cases investors want to invest only in short term. Right? That doesn't help for infrastructure investments. The infrastructure investments are very long term to just not only for us to actually put them to during the development phase, but actually to start generating the resources that we are expecting. So with that, the big question is, and Satu started mentioning, is how can multilaterals actually help you get there? Meaning, how do we make sure that the pipelines are generated, that the products that the investors need are there, that you are actually creating the long-term investments that you need? First and foremost is going to be with policy, policy public sector financing in particular, when you talk about policy reforms. You probably heard that for the past 2 days, some of the roadblocks that you find when you're trying to make some investments, there's no clarity in a particular law regulation regarding fees or taxation. So this is one of the most important parts of where you can actually rely on multilaterals to provide with. Procurement, state or enterprise framework, tariffs, freight logistics, etc. And also they serve as a great convening power. And why do I say that? Because some of our institutions have a private sector arms that will actually bring investors in along with them. So that's incredibly important. The next thing will be actually, how do we mobilize that investment? The private sector arm of the multilateral development banks, as I was mentioning, can act as this bridge. They are investing in commercially viable projects and PPPs. They support structuring and bankability of these projects. They mobilize capital alongside all of the co-lenders that I started discussing with you. So that is very important. They really are a magnet to bring investments to developing countries. And also, once they're in here, they also help in a way to develop the capital markets where all of the other instruments that need to be generated are actually generated. And third is something that I will not steal Satish's thunder, which is precisely the use of the different guarantee products to reduce risks in these types of investments. So in summary, why this matters is because funding for development of the transport sector should match the scale needed in South Africa. The financing gap is a structuring gap. Capital exists, that we have then to create the pipeline and create the products that are actually needed by the investors, and so that we can attract these different types of pools, and we can actually enable the pipeline, and we can help with the governance, clarity, disclosures, and etc. So all in all, multilaterals are here to assist you and enable this environment to actually happen. We look at private capital mobilization, transparency, and capital markets development in order to actually put all of these elements together. So again, this is just a preamble to my colleague Satish, who will be actually talking about the last part that I talked about, which is how do we de-risk projects, how do we bring larger pools and or at lower risks as we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Before I call Satish and introduce him properly, I just want to deposit with you a summary. What Miguel has just spoken about, it's how do you solve for the structuring gap. He spoke about the funding pools, and 5 of those funding pools that he mentioned, the institutional investors, the pension funds, the sovereign wealth funds, infrastructure funds, and the banks. He spoke about the products. The products that he referred to mainly were touching on credit enhancement tools, because when you look at what has to be financed, you also have to say, who else can I bring into this so that we lower the risk? And those credit enhancement tools, government guarantees, currency swaps, and others, but all of this is about aligning reforms that government wants to see with risk mitigation. So that is my summary of what he said. Going on to Satish, Dr. Satish Sundarayan is a practice manager from the World Bank Group Guarantee Platform. I think some of us noticed last week the announcement of a credit guarantee vehicle that has been created by the World Bank on behalf of South Africa. He is from that group. And he focuses on developing and implementing innovative financial solutions, financial structuring and credit enhancements for mobilizing private capital in infrastructure and financial sectors. He brings a lot of experience to the table. PPPs and public investments across sectors in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Eastern Europe, and other regions. He holds a PhD from the University of Maryland in the US, and he has published various papers in project and infrastructure, finance, and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present Satish.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Bongi, about additional introduction. I think we have the correct presentation now, if I see that. Right. But great kudos to Miguel, who, without the presentation, but still managed to convey the same message that he was planning to convey. Now, Satu gave an overall context of how do we finance the reforms. Miguel gave a perspective of there are sources of capital available. Now, how do we bring them to the implementation of reform? One of the products or one of the tools that we would like to bring it from the experience of World Bank Group is this typical say of there is no dearth of capital supply. There is demand for capital at one end, there is supply of capital at the other end. How do we connect these two streams? The risk comes into play in between this, right? Because institutional investors such as pension funds or other sovereign wealth funds either have a risk return threshold upon which they can invest, or may be regulated by either domestic financial regulation or commercial banks regulated by, let's say, Basel III or Basel IV potentially. Right? You all work in that environment of mitigating the risks so that you can invest into projects, but at the same time make minimum return that is required for you to make the business case. Right? That's where the concept of credit enhancement and risk mitigation comes into play. Satu started with an important question of how do we finance the reform? This is the framework, right? The framework to finance the reform is you have different sources of capital depending on the sector's maturity, sector's risk profile. These sources of capital can find its own space. However, there is a need to have a structured approach. In World Bank Group, we typically use this terminology called cascade. What is the cascade saying? That if there is a sector which is ready for commercial finance, it will flow naturally, with or without any intervention from the public sector, what we call as a commercial financing bucket. The second one is, yes, there is capital available, the supply of capital is there, but it's not de-risked yet to make it available for the relevant sectors. That's where credit enhancement and risk mitigations come into play. But if the sectors or subsectors maturity is not there yet, then we need to look at how do we blend different sources. The credit guarantee vehicle referred by Ms. Bongi is one example of how do we bring different balance sheets of government, MDBs, DFIs and private sector, particularly through reinsurance market, to come as one package. That's what a classic example of a blended finance platform. If none of those interventions work, because the sector is still premature to go and raise private financing or commercial financing, it is ripe for traditional public financing, right? So the cascade approach is more like a discipline that we follow to say which sector is ready to attract what types of financing. Now, take a little bit deep dive on to what is the role and the value of and the benefit of credit enhancements. I've been working with the World Bank Group Guarantee Platform, prior to that with World Bank Guarantees for more than 13 years now. We have a global portfolio. Like us, there are other multilateral development institutions, there are other bilateral development partners. Many of them have guarantee or credit enhancements or risk mitigation products. The title may change, the name may differ, but the underlying concept is pretty similar. What are the 4 key roles and benefits? One, they need to share risk with the market. Number one, that's the only way to bring a long-term sustainable way of financing projects. Second, it needs to complement public finance by raising additional commercial finance. That could come from any of the sources that Miguel referred to. Third, of course, a key aspect of any government, any public sector is how do I make sure that I bring the cost of borrowing down, because it would help me to reduce my debt service obligation, rather refocus my cash flows into investment projects or improvement projects, operational improvements. So reducing cost of borrowing absolutely critical. But in many cases, there may be a maturity or a tenor limitations. The role of the guarantee can be not for the first 5 years, which the market is comfortable providing. Maybe it's for extending the tenor, extending the maturity of the loan, maybe from year 6 to year 10. Or if the market can finance up to year 10, can the guarantees be made available from year 11 to year 15 so that government gets to see the 15-year maturity loan, the lenders or the bond market manage to see the risks managed both by them taking the first leg and then backstopped by others. The last one is, all of this is not to say that every financing would need guarantees. I think if that's the case, we will be rich, but that's not the point. It's more about establishing a track record of governments sharing the risk, private sector entering into government projects by taking that long-term relationship, right? So any guarantees that us and other MDBs offer typically there to create demonstration effect. The demonstration effect could come in the context of supporting the first phase of a program. Subsequent phases are managed directly by the government, or in other cases, it could be part of addressing one part of a sector and allowing other sectors to manage directly without credit enhancements. Now, natural question is, are they limited to one or two applications? As was mentioned before, the reform cuts into different subsectors. It goes on to rail, it goes on to aviation, it goes on to the road sectors, port sectors and so forth. So the reform is a package. Now, if reform is a package, the credit enhancement has to be innovative to address those financing needs. So these are not necessarily a comprehensive set of the potential applications, but just to indicate that the guarantees can be innovatively, structurally designed to meet different parts of the segments. Whether the projects are implemented as a public-private partnership, Miguel mentioned about the quality, the bankability, the pipeline, and the volume and the scale. All of this could be combined with a risk mitigation package, particularly mitigating, let's say, a non-payment risk, right? Or an SOE or a public sector going to commercial markets to raise capital market financing to complement some of their budget resources. It could enhance the credit of the public sector. You know that most of the MDBs are AAA in nature. That AAA helps commercial lenders and bondholders to transfer the benefit of the AAA into their capital relief, sometimes in the context of reporting to the regulators, which allow them to pass the benefit of that 0% capital risk weighting to the underlying pricing. Remember the point we talked about reducing the cost of borrowing? That's one means by that. Third role, that was referred about the domestic financial institutions, such as DBSAs, IDCs of the world in South Africa. You have almost every country have one or two domestic financial institutions. They may want to go to the international market to borrow, to diversify the sources of financing, and they may on-lend that to public and or to private projects. So how do you mobilize capital? In this case, it's not just about risk, reducing the risk, it's about enhancing the credit and raising capital at scale. The fourth part I start to mention about innovative aspects of asset monetization and recycling. Global experience such as Mexico's, India's, Indonesia's, Uruguay's, they all extract value from their existing assets by monetizing them and or recycling the credit out of that so that they can reinvest those proceeds into new capex. So instead of borrowing for new capex, you are extracting the value from existing assets. That's asset monetization and recycling by securitizing, let's say, future revenues from that. There could be toll revenues, there could be port revenues, and so forth. And last part, when we talk about decarbonization, I was looking yesterday about how many vehicles were e-buses, e-vehicles were standing outside, right? So it's interesting to see how do we ensure scaling up on the decarbonization side as well. The source of financing could come from green loans, green bonds, sustainability linked instruments, but the risk still remains. So how do we minimize the risk for those instruments to come to decarbonization projects? Many a times we notice from international experience that this sector, the decarbonization sector, is often driven by MSMEs, small and medium enterprises. I think there was a clear reference to how do we make sure we bring more women-led enterprises into that. How do we bring more inclusive transport arrangement? That's one classic example of how do we bring a community-based approach where supporting small and medium enterprises entering into this market by providing them with cost-effective financing. Guarantees can be utilized to backstop a domestic financial intermediary undertaking that role. So there are different applications of guarantees. I just want to leave the point here that it's not necessarily meant to reduce a risk for a given project. The applications can be strategically used to finance the reform. And I cannot go outside of this slide without doing a little bit of self-promotion. The self-promotion is, we have done what we call as a World Bank Group Guarantee Platform. Ms. Bongi mentioned that. The reason to highlight this point is, how do we bring different balance sheets of the World Bank Group? Right? We have IFC, International Finance Corporations. We have IBRD, IDA, and MIGA. There are 4 balance sheets. But if we put all of this together, we believe that the combined strength of this balance sheet offers governments, such as South Africa, a greater variety of instruments and products to meet their implementation of financing. Okay. Lastly, are guarantees used everywhere? Do they need to be used everywhere? I would say no. Running this business, I will rather say that use it more judiciously. To begin with, guarantee is not a standalone product, it's a part of a reform package. Right? I think that's the fundamental aspect to understand. Number 2, if there are requirements about optimization of debt of state-owned enterprises, public development banks, and or financial intermediaries, guarantees could be one of those instruments to support them. Right? Fourthly, bankability of specific projects, which Miguel already mentioned, so don't want to go too much onto that. It's about enhancing the credit quality. Anyone working on the commercial bank side, you would know that Basel IV is going to ask about what is called as high quality project finance. How do you determine what a high quality project finance is? If it is combined with risk mitigation, credit enhancement with some MDBs such as us, i.e. which is AAA in nature, you get to have the capital risk weighting reduced as a result of that. Okay? And fourthly, diversifying the financing sources, which was spoken at depth. It's about bringing not one source of capital, bringing actually multiple sources of capital by utilizing the credit enhancement instruments more innovatively. Now, as I said earlier, MDBs with the AAA guarantees offer the greatest value in terms of reducing the cost of borrowing, extending the tenors, as well as diversifying or widening the investor base on that. Of course, some multilateral products, such as the one coming from the IBRD side, will require a counter guarantee. If government is already guaranteeing some of its obligations, either at a subnational level or at the state-owned level, Miguel made this important observation that whether offering through an MDB would bring them much, much larger benefit. On the back of it, government can provide a sovereign guarantee to the MDB. So it's a way of realigning the amount of contingent liabilities, but to maximize the benefit out of that. And lastly, I would say that it's not limited always to quantitative value in terms of reducing price, extending tenor, bringing more lenders and so forth, but also has a qualitative value. Qualitative value in the sense that any guarantor functions like a lender, brings a third-party due diligence into the projects. That gives comfort to any new lenders, new investors coming on board. So the due diligence, the commercial discipline that it brings in terms of payment obligations, meeting timely payment, regulatory reform to be made on time, these are all part of contractual obligations as and when governments enter into a guarantee programs with multilaterals. So that brings an additional qualitative value, but when you combine that with quantitative value, it offers a very strong proposition for governments to pursue. Okay? Thank you for that.
I would like to give an opportunity to everyone in the room. Just 3 questions, please. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. The speakers have given us a lot to think about. And are there any questions from ourselves? From this side? Yes, please. I will repeat your question because you don't have a mic. The mic is coming to you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we covered with the movement of goods in this presentation. I just want to ask the speakers, what does this mean in terms of the movement of passengers? Are these tools and mechanisms still applicable for movement of passenger transport? The capital cost for public transport sometimes is well covered, but in global cities, passenger transport is faced with operational deficits in most global cities, in developed cities, bar a few Asian cities. So what does these tools mean for passenger transport? I think it's good for bankable projects in terms of the movement of freight and goods, but what about passenger transport? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the next question from here.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Sbo Vilakazi. I'm a member of parliament on this portfolio committee. And I have to start by saying that I definitely do appreciate the need to close the funding gap that has been spoken about, and that's been the subject really of much of this conference so far as I have been able to establish. And there's a dire need. I accept that there's a dire need for this. I have just a set of questions. I wasn't sure. I'm trying to look at the program to see whether these questions will get answered as we move along, but I don't want to miss the opportunity in case they're not answered. So I'll start with MEC maybe as someone that represents local interests. My fear as a legislator and a representative of a constituency is that these big large-scale projects often tend to leave the citizens behind. And the technocrats and even the politicians speak and they agree with each other, but they leave the citizens behind. And one of the other things that we see is often there is a lack of a clear justification as to why this project, why this model of delivery, why this model of financing. And so I'm just keen to find out from within the department, maybe the MEC can clarify for us, how is this being addressed? How is this being addressed, and is it something that is considered within all these models that we're hearing about here? And then my the colleagues from the World Bank, I think from my point of view as a parliamentarian, I can't turn a blind eye to the dangers of international funding by IFIs, international financial institutions. And in fact, it's not just international financial institutions alone. We've seen examples, for example, such as the ETOL here. It wasn't directly funded by those institutions, it was through borrowing. But still, these kinds of projects can have detrimental impact on the nation, on the countries that are supposed to be beneficiaries of this. So how will okay, let me just name some of these dangers, for example. The conditions stated take away parliamentary policy autonomy because they stipulate certain actions and policy positions that ought to be taken by government. There's the danger. We were recently celebrating the stabilization in the national debt. And the trajectory that we anticipate is it going down as a percentage of GDP. But all these massive projects have the danger of changing the trajectory in a negative sense. And so also cost recovery is very often passed on to citizens through increased road levies, tolls, and those kinds of things in transport-related projects. So my question to you is, how do you see these being addressed in South Africa so that the benefit really does accrue to us and we don't find ourselves regretting the fact that we had to turn to international financial institutions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vilakazi. Last question from that side. Go Going? Gone. Thank you. I'm going to start with you, MEC, in terms of responding. I do understand that you are here as the MEC from Free State. The question that has been posed covers all the 9 provinces, the national department, all the entities. Please, over to you.
I thought I'm just program directing. We are the Kubur and Shegas. No, but let me say that there is provision that is there in law, and I believe also in our consciousness, in how we can, in our efforts of building roads, we can make sure that there's community participation. Now, that provision is in 2 ways. Firstly, is that 30% of all road construction projects must be invested in specific groups, and that is defined in percentages. The second point is that the law also allows for a certain percentage to be reinvested in social infrastructure. Of course, that has to be done in collaboration with local leadership. By that, I mean municipalities and other organized formations. And lastly, there's also direct interactions that we normally have with communities, especially on selection of laborers on road construction. And that's what we are doing in the Free State. If I knew that there were questions that were going to be put to me, I would have come much more prepared. So I was just program directing. And this is what I can say in relation to how do we ensure that we do not leave communities behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm going to turn to the panel here. I will start with Miguel. Any of the questions that you want to answer, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think the question of, the debt, for example, right? I think we need to, one, I totally agree with you that a stable debt and actually a debt that is going down is the best solution for a country. However, when you look at these large investments that are needed in the transport sector, I would like to divide them into 2. These large-scale projects that will actually generate resources because they're helping, let's say, South Africa mobilize more goods to export, therefore generating revenue for the country and therefore increasing your GDP. That if you increase your GDP and you increase your debt in the same percentage, you're still leveled. You're still at the same percentage as of GDP. So it is not hurting your economy. There are going to be other projects that are more socially driven. When you build roads to connect communities to schools so that people don't have to walk to get to school, where you have to make these, to allow the population, let's say from the suburbs, to be able to come to Johannesburg to work. Some of those projects may not generate the resources or the revenue that you want them to, because you cannot pass on the full price sometimes of the cost, let's say, of the transportation to these citizens. So in some cases, yes, but don't consider that this debt is just making the country worse because you're increasing the debt. On the contrary, you're actually increasing the availability of sources of education, work to some of your citizens that otherwise will be marginalized and not contributing to the wealth of the country at this moment or in the future. So when we talk about this, we have to be very careful saying what is good debt and what is bad debt. And I think when you are allowing your citizens to actually go to school, go to where the source of income is going to be, is an investment well done.
I think this is the right time to invite Satu as well, our country director, because the questions pertains about selection of right projects to be financed by international DFIs, but also about the due diligence and the preparation effort in terms of having engagement with citizens, right? So I think this is an important part. This is part of every World Bank project, but I'll ask Satu to provide a bit more color on to how do we engage with on the social impact side of it.
Thank you, Satish, and thank you, my friend in the Parliament, for the question. My colleague Miguel already started responding to that. Of course, I was sad to hear that you think that multilateral development bank operations are hurting the countries. That is definitely not the intention. And I think if you watch very closely what the international financial institutions are doing, and look at the projects and what do they actually do on the ground, I think you would probably change your view. Because in fact we are monitoring very closely that our operations have impact and that they indeed need to benefit the people in the country. We are not here to serve any particular person, but my job in South Africa is really to help the ordinary South Africans to live better. So what we are doing when we do finance and support the government project, we actually do a very careful social benefit and social and poverty impact analysis. We are assessing that whatever we do is not increasing poverty. And we are also assessing that what are the social impacts, what are the impacts of different groups of people in the country. And we do have to demonstrate, and we do have to demonstrate to our board, that the impacts are positive. If there are any negative impacts, we need to have mitigation measures in place. We are not tolerating corruption. We have very rigorous, basically, procedures that the minute we get the whiff of corruption, we are basically stopping. We are saying, we are not going to move further anymore. So we are trying to make sure that whatever we do is benefiting and not hurting the country that has asked us to come in. And let me specifically say in South Africa, we are basically working at the behest of the government. We are not coming in and saying you have to do this or we are going to do this. The government has to ask us to come in. And then we are looking together, what are we going to do and how we are going to proceed. We don't have conditions. I mean, you're probably talking what was the situation in 70s and 80s. We are supporting, in particular in an upper middle income country like South Africa, we are supporting what is the government's program, what is it that the government is doing, and then we are building our support on that one. Now, obviously, when we talk about the cost recovery, if you are going to the commercial banks to get funding, they have, as my colleagues already said in their presentations, everybody who comes and invests wants to make sure that they get their money back. Your government also wants to make sure when they are putting money and investing in something that is providing eventually then the benefits and the money gets the return. And it's the same then with us, because it's the responsibility, our responsibility for the country to make sure that the country is better off after we have done our support and not worse off. We need to make sure if we support transport that it's done in the best possible way and it's indeed providing then the economic returns. We also do economic rate of return calculations. So it's rigorous what we do, and we're trying to minimize any harm in any operations that we do. And I do have to say one final thing, because Miguel already referred to that. Our financing is highly concessional. So we also have to make sure that the country's debt remains sustainable, that we are not the ones who are basically causing debt crises in the country. We have a separate macro team that's doing macroeconomic analysis on a daily and on a weekly basis. And all our operations are also assessed from the debt sustainability perspective. Basically, a lot of organizations, a lot of instances, a lot of departments today are actually engaged in quite high-cost debt, taking debt from different sources at the very high interest rates. So one advantage of using multilateral development banks is that you are getting concessional, you are getting financing at the concessional rate below the market rates. And that is, in fact, a way to basically moderate the debt servicing costs and improve the debt sustainability. One thing that Miguel didn't say, that he is also helping many countries in the world, low-income countries as well, to restructure their lending portfolios, doing refinancing at the lower rate to try to make countries' debt stocks more sustainable. So we are helping the countries in different ways. And I do hope that if you are still skeptical on what we are doing, that perhaps one way we could meet and also talk to you and present of what exactly we are doing and what have been the results. Thank you very much, Pongi.
Thanks, Satu. Is that a follow-up question? Take it away.
Sanborn,
Yebo.
at least the panel, there's a little bit of balance, but we need to just add extra female there. The optics don't look good. In any case, my name is Ms. Selan Tlapo. I am a patriotic South African. I love my country. We have worked with government towards the rail reform. And one of the reasons that we get ourselves to a certain stage comes from the blueprint of our constitution that gives government certain obligations. And those obligations touches on transformation, and not transformation for the sake of transformation, but to move us as a country to re-industrialize. And we have had companies that have been loyal to this country, multinationals. For railways, it's Alstom. On the automotive side, I'm trying to call myself Africa, is Toyota. They've been part of the weaving of what South Africa stands for. So we have an interest in keeping those that are loyal to us in a way that they still function, because they built our society with us. They understand the concepts of Ubuntu. So all I'm asking is that we apply the principles of the SDGs from the United Nations. The golden principle says, do not leave anyone behind. Let's not solve for poverty. Solving for poverty is an outcome. But we need to invest in the people of this country. Education, that will breed industrialization. Poverty is we don't talk poverty, we talk about Ubuntu. And in all our transactions, and for people that are in our country, we are the nation of Nelson Mandela. We always function from that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ntlapo Skegede. I don't think anyone can dispute what you've just said. It's Ubuntu all the way. After all, we are South African. Thank you for your observations and notes. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose, there's another question.
Thank you, Chair. I hesitate to follow on that excellent point, but I will anyway. The presentations so far have been really superb discussions of financing options, especially borrowing options and ways to mitigate any bad effects. I wonder how much the bank, though, how much time the bank thinks about not ways to borrow money, but ways to get the private sector investing for its own purposes. We talked about this yesterday in the rail section. So in terms of railways, in terms of ports, in terms of roads, we see privatization. In other countries, we see privatization, we see long-term concessions that bring hundreds of millions of dollars of private investment into the system. And the Latin American railways, for example, Mexico and Brazil, hundreds of millions of dollars into the system, both to the government for the concessions and investment into the infrastructure. And I just want to ask how much time, I hope there is that the World Bank looks into these options in addition to, and the gentleman from the Parliament raised the difficulties, the complications of adding to the debt burden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question which wasn't answered. So let me ask in the panel, anyone on the passenger rail? There was a question earlier. The question was about movement in passenger transport. So I don't know, DBSA, you want to come in on this?
I'm happy to
Satish?
start. Thank you, Bongi. Two-part question. One about the passenger transport rail. The correct answer is absolutely yes, we are open. And as a matter of fact, in other regions, we are prioritizing that as well. I think there was an example of Asia was given. There are examples in Brazil, there are examples in other countries. Peru is another country, Lima Metro, Bogota Metro in Colombia. We support largely passenger rail as well. So that's fundamental part of how World Bank engages with government. As Satu said, it's the priority of the government that we support. If passenger rail is a priority, naturally we will be part of that engagement, supporting the government on that. And to the gentleman's question about private capital, I think spot on in the sense that that follows our cascade methodology, that if private sector can mobilize capital without the need for public investments, that would be our first priority. Where government's role could be an enabler, could be a regulator, or following port cases as like landlord model, right? There are different models. That's our entry point in a way that if infrastructure and services can be provided by private sector, that's our first priority. And that, to an extent, there are risk mitigation needs for that. We will be prioritizing that element as well. Where we look for public investment, Miguel also highlighted this point. When such projects are not revenue generating, whether there is a need for public investment, that's where we prioritize the public investment part of it. Okay. Satu, if anything.
Satu? Yeah, just a few words. First of all, to the lady that talked about the Ubuntu. I was so happy that she said the word Ubuntu because I believe strongly in Ubuntu. I'm not South African, but I already love South Africa. So that's another point that I wanted to make. Yes, I mean, because we are here really try to help the regular people. On the private sector issue, you would be surprised how much actually, in particular in South Africa, we are trying to open the doors and make space for the private sector to come in. The credit guarantee vehicle that Bongi mentioned earlier is precisely intended to reduce the repayment risks for private investors to come in and finance basically infrastructure investments. A lot of things, if you start looking what we are doing, is indeed trying to crowd in the private sector. The public sector, Satish said, it comes in when the private sector cannot step in. If we talk about transmission systems, we know that the private sector is ready to invest in many profitable parts of that. But then there are areas where the private sector will not come, and the government will have to step in, and then the government is going to look for low-cost financing. So, yes, private sector is very much in our minds, and yes, we strongly believe in Ubuntu. We even have a Ubuntu Awards here in South Africa in the World Bank.
Miguel?
If I just make, Satu, actually, you really put this nail in the right place. And what I wanted just to say is precisely about those projects that private sector would not pick up initially because of the risk associated with the construction. They're critical infrastructure projects that are expensive and where sometimes the private sector will not want to get involved or cannot because of the massive scale that we're talking about. So what we have devised at the bank is a new instrument, which we call, I made a quick mention about it, which is the step-up loan. It's a loan that will allow the bank to finance the project and provide a discounted rate for the first 8 years of the project. So the 8 years for the project to actually be financed with public sector financing. But on year 8, the idea is that this, with the help precisely of institutions like MIGA and other multilateral and guarantees, is to move these projects to the private sector. Once completed, once the project is operational, is generating the revenue, there is more appetite from the private sector to come in. So again, adding to what Satu was mentioning, this is one of the tools that the bank is implementing to actually bring in more private sector to certain sectors that are more risky to start with. Second one is actually regarding the debt, and actually Satu just quickly mentioned about it. It's another type of instrument that we have put together, which we call debt for development swaps. That means that you, as a country, have debt that is extremely expensive, that we can actually devise, again, with the assistance of MIGA to de-risk or reduce the credit enhancement guarantee, to make sure that you can go to the private sector, obtain debt that is costing you less with that guarantee, but with the promise that some or all of the savings that you will achieve will be actually invested in a particular sector. In this case, let's say, to increase roads, to increase the number of railways that you are going to be investing in. So again, these are ways to deal with debt issues and also how to bring more private capital in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to transition to a panel discussion. I will ask my panelists to just tell us who they are. Thank you, Satu. And there's always a danger when you introduce an expert that you forget to add something or to emphasize. So I'm going to do this differently. I'll say the little that I know about the panelists, and they will add what I didn't say. I'm going to start right next to me. To my right, it's Rinse Tembo. She is the Executive Vice President for Energy and Infrastructure at Standard Bank. Take it away.
Is this working? Oh,
It's
it is.
on.
Thank you. Professionally, that's who I am. I work at Standard Bank, proudly blue, as you can see by the way I'm dressed. We focus on South Africa and 20 plus countries across the continent. I work in a team called Energy and Infrastructure, the infrastructure bit being what we are focusing on here today. We are proud to be working with the government in trying to see that the infrastructure of this country gets to, one, where we all desire it to be, and two, we actually see the growth, the upliftment of our people from that. So as a bank, we are very, very proud, very, very focused on infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Standard Bank, a member of the Banking Association, South Africa. I will move on. Bothwell. Bothwell is a head for origination and client coverage, which covers the sector of transport, logistics, and bulk water. And he is a principal for infrastructure financing at the DBSA. Bothwell, take it from me.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and good morning. Good morning to all the delegates. Bothwell Manikai from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. The Development Bank is owned by the South African government, and we fall under the National Treasury with the Minister of Finance as our shareholder representative and governor. So we pride ourselves at the bank as the bank that builds Africa's prosperity. And what do we mean by that? The DBSA looks to advance development impact across the African region through infrastructure finance and development solutions. And we do this through financing social infrastructure to better the quality of life of our people across the continent. On the economic development side, because we've got an economic development mandate, we also finance economic infrastructure, key sectors being energy, transport and logistics, ICT and water. And we do this with a spirit to integrate not just the Southern African region as in SADC, but also Sub-Saharan African region. And so with that mandate, we also play quite a critical role in terms of crowding in, whether it's private sector investment or investment from across even the world, in order to advance the economy and the livelihoods across the continent. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I move on to Boitumelo Mashilo. He is from the National Treasury. He works with a part of National Treasury that offers infrastructure advisory services. He has been the head of the PPP regulation at GTEC, and he leads infrastructure reforms for National Treasury. Boitumelo, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Boitumelo Mashilo. I am the head of Infrastructure Advisory Services in GTEC, Government Technical Advisory Centre, and currently on secondment to the National Treasury and responsible for three things. One is that I am responsible for establishing a fully fledged PPP regulator in line with the mandate of government to promote the uptake of PPPs. The second function that I'm responsible for is to lead several infrastructure reforms that are meant specifically to crowd in private sector participation, one of which is the budget facility for infrastructure. And the third is around improving the spending efficiency and ensuring that we have robust monitoring of our infrastructure spend as government. And that's really the essence of what I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I have Dr. Hubert Joint, who is a program manager from the Infrastructure South Africa's Centre of Excellence. He is also an EXCO member there, and he has a long list of accolades and achievements. Take it, Hubert, please.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm not going to discuss the role of ISA itself, but suffice to say we're not a funding organization, so my input will be slightly different. We'll also look at the inclusion of a private sector in terms of infrastructure delivery. But from the Centre of Excellence, I always hear quite interesting and sometimes rude remarks that government cannot be a Centre of Excellence. We are here to prove the opposite. I've got a brilliant team of young minds, leading minds in econometrics, development economics, data analytics, and spatial analytics. So very interesting stuff. We will share some of it in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He didn't include this, but he's also a transport economist. So it's out there for the record. I'm going to now go to the questions that have been prepared, and I'll be asking for some of them, all of you. For some of them, I'll ask one person to lead, and if there are additions, they will come from others. First question is to everybody. What role does your institution play in supporting transport projects and financing opportunities? I'm exempting the MEC and the two speakers from the World Bank from this question. Starting with you, Rinse.
Thank you, Ms. Kunene. I think the simple answer, seeing that I'm from Standard Bank, is that we provide funding, right? But we actually do more than that. We like to see ourselves as an enabler and a partner. So in that, I want to delve into just a little bit more detail in that when you think about a bank generally, you think debt, right? But from where we are, we provide capital across the capital spectrum. So as Standard Bank as a group, and that would be Standard Bank, Stanlib, Liberty, which is a pension insurer. We look at transport as a key sector. We all know, and I think, you know, in the 3 days that we've been here, these discussions have been had, that these assets are capital intensive. They need a lot of money. They are long dated, and I think it was Satu who was mentioning how everybody has a part to play, right? So from a Standard Bank perspective, we do provide capital in the form of debt. We provide sub-debt. We provide funding to sponsors who might need equity. We've got group companies that actually look at providing equity, so they actually would take equity stakes in some of these projects. And then, of course, there's a pension fund. So these solutions all have a place. So we look at the risk associated with what the actual requirement is. And I think that it was the World Bank gentlemen who were talking about not everything is, can be just put across. There is what senior debt can do. There is what equity is expected to do in these sort of transactions. So we see ourselves firstly as a provider of capital. We see ourselves as a financial advisor and arranger, and that means we actually put transactions together. So we would work with actual sponsors to advise and to structure the projects that are there. We are further a catalyst for crowding in investment. So what I mean by that is that these projects are often seen as quite risky. And when you have a bank like Standard Bank participating in there, we see ourselves as one of those people, or I suppose one of those institutions that can actually unlock confidence. So when you have a Standard Bank or any other commercial bank, I suppose for that matter, when you have a bank like Standard Bank coming into a project early in the process, I'm not talking early as in early prep, but early in taking a significant amount of debt, anchoring the transaction, underwriting the debt, pulling in different parties, that actually is an unlocker of confidence. It says and it signals to the market that we believe in this transaction, and therefore, it is prudent or it's not as risky to follow on. Risk mitigation is a very big one. But there, we can get into a little bit more detail later, but I think this has been adequately covered, that risk needs to be allocated to those best to serve it. importantly, lastly, but importantly, we see ourselves as a partner to sponsors, a partner to clients, and very, very importantly, a partner to the National Department of Transport. What we have done recently is we've engaged on all of the issues that we need to engage on. The issue that everybody brings up about projects and about why projects are not moving and why projects are not being funded and why projects is that they are simply not bankable. That's the song that goes on about these large projects. What we are trying to do as Standard Bank is participate early on in these transactions, so that we help shape, we help structure, so that when these transactions actually do come to market, they are what we consider bankable. They are what we believe that the private sector, and there's been quite a lot of mention about the private sector and their participation. In order for that to happen, these transactions actually have to be quite well baked. So what we try to do is we try to get involved, not necessarily in throwing money at the problem, but getting our hands dirty, having discussions, responding to the RFIs, making sure that when these projects do come to the market, they actually are in a shape that we think the private sector can actually participate in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Earlier we spoke about the pool of funding. So this is a view from an investment bank pool. I'll move to Bothwell.
Thank you, ma'am. So at the Development Bank of Southern Africa, we support transport and logistics in South Africa, in the SADC region, and Sub-Saharan Africa. I think there was a question earlier on in terms of some of the modes. We support across the modes: road, rail, aviation, maritime, moving both freight or goods as well as people. And in so doing, we do it through funding and other assistance to different sovereigns across the continent. On the South African side, we do a lot more work. I think those who are familiar with us know that we are arguably the biggest lender to the municipalities. So we support all the levels of government, from national, provincial, to municipal, understanding that the municipal leg is the one that is at the cold face of facing the people that need services to be delivered. And in so doing, we also support state-owned enterprises that have got transport and logistics mandates, corporates, and companies that are set up for project financing. And maybe just to go a little bit deeper as to what specifically we do. We are an end-to-end development bank, your development bank. And in saying end-to-end, we start off with supporting the planning phases of infrastructure development. By the time a project comes to the market, there is a lot of work that needs to have been done to actually develop the plans, in some cases 3, 5, and 10 years ahead of time. So as the development bank, we then harness on our balance sheet to actually then support that planning phase to enable infrastructure investment. I think one of the things that was mentioned earlier on is that the need for infrastructure is so huge in Africa. I think this is well documented, and estimates are somewhere between 130 and 170 billion dollars per annum by respected parties, including the AFDB, the World Bank, the African Union, and NEPAD. But the challenge all the time, or most of the time, is that very few or a small fraction of that need actually migrates to become bankable projects. Statistics says about 6% goes all the way to become to construction, and 10% maybe will be at financial close. So what happens to the other 90%? That need is still there on the ground. So there, as the development bank, we come in with project preparation funding, wherein all that planning and the programs that come out of the planning will crystallize into projects. And then we will then invest that early stage risk capital to develop these projects so that they can get to bankability. We can part fund some of those requirements, but also our view is that we need to partner with all the partners that we have around the table here, and even otherwise. Because the need is so huge, we believe that in putting capital to developing this project, we're actually advancing the infrastructure needs, not just for South Africa, but also for the SADC region and the continent. So the second leg of our support is project preparation funding. And to couple that, we also have a division that focuses squarely on supporting the government, especially in South Africa, with implementation of projects. Because sometimes you find that these programs and projects are there, but there isn't sufficient capacity within government. So then we'll pull in the requisite expertise that are needed, whether they are lying within the bank or outside the bank. We'll put in then capital to ensure that we support the government to then advance those programs and projects. I think I'll give an example here that we were amongst the parties that gave birth to the IPP office. I think now we all know that it's such a huge success. We've also incubated our infrastructure, National Infrastructure Fund, which is now doing great work in terms of blended financing and bringing infrastructure programs on stream. Currently, we're working with the Department of Transport and Transnet on the PSP unit, which is responsible for the PSP program. And in so doing, we're giving capacity to be able to implement further the programs that we have. Beyond the program and project implementation, we also support with the maintenance leg once the projects are operational. The same division also supports with that. It goes without saying that we are also a financier. We are a development financier that focuses especially where there is market failure. So I think my colleague from Standard Bank listed some of the areas that we even collaborate in working in. But I will just mention to say concessional funding, we crowd in relevant grants to be able to bring those projects and programs to bankability so that the private sector can also come and join us in investing. So that does a lot of de-risking of these projects to make them attractive for investment. We take quite a specific, approach to equity funding. And when we talk about equity funding, traditionally as the DBSA, we played a lot in the debt financing, but recently we've revived our equity strategy, and we're looking to participate even more with a special focus to supporting broad-based BEE. I think my sister, Marcela Ntlap, mentioned the issues of transformation are issues that are close to our heart, and in so doing, we also support BEE equity amongst the equity support that we have. We do senior debt, and in our crowding in capacity, we do a lot of syndication, and as I mentioned, with the need that we have, we can't do this alone. So we're very much happy and invite other parties, whether it's the commercial banks, other institutional investors, multilateral development banks and other DFIs for us to take on this special role of delivering infrastructure to our people. I think I'll pause there, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Boitumelo, we know that National Treasury is the financier general. So wrap it around just the transport sector.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, a few things, and I'll try and be quick. The first is private investment moves when there is certainty, there is stability, and there's predictability. And part of the role of the National Treasury is to ensure that from a policy, from a regulation, as well as from a framework perspective, we have a conducive enabling environment. And that's part of the work that we do. I can quote the recent amendments to the PPP regulations. The second role that we play is that we have taken a view that as part of the infrastructure reforms, we will adopt a programmatic approach to private sector participation. And this is because the challenges that we have in the sector are system-wide. And one of the examples is that what Bothwell was referring to as the PSP unit, we are a partner to that. We are supporting them in terms of moving the reforms that we would like the sector to unlock over the next couple of years. The third one is around de-risking as well as augmenting the balance sheet of several of our state-owned companies or public entities in general that are playing in the space. Again, one can talk about the recent support that has been provided by the budget facility for infrastructure in unlocking Transnet projects that will bring in private sector participation. And the last one is that we are invested in several project preparation facilities because we know that it does not matter how much you create an enabling environment, you create mechanisms for de-risking and so on and so forth. If you don't have a credible pipeline, you are not going to get anywhere. So we have invested in the DBSA, we have invested in ISA, we've also invested in GTEC, which are preparation facilities that we work with to ensure that there is that robust, credible, and investable pipeline that can crowd in the private sector participation. Back to you.
Thank you. Hubert?
Maybe I can just focus on, the role that ISA plays in terms of the coordination function. We are guided by the Infrastructure Development Act. This act is currently being considered for revision to also include the planning element that ISA is currently responsible for. But also, you can go and read the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, where the specific priority sectors are also mentioned. So transportation and more specifically freight transport is a critical focus area for us. So in terms of the structure of ISA, we have different programs. I did mention my program, the Center of Excellence, but we also have a pipeline development team. So there you have the technical experts, the project leads. So transport is naturally a critical element of that. We also have energy and water. I can go on with that. But so transport is a critical element. Quite a number of our projects is in the transport sector, although the majority is from the energy sector because of recent developments in that area. But yeah, I think we also go out on an annual bid window, as Boitumelo has mentioned, for project preparation support. This year we received something like 43 applications. It includes transport-related projects. So we are currently busy with the finalization and prioritization of that. But yeah, we do provide annual project preparation support for transport projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will note that in the first question, what I really wanted was for each panelist to give us a comprehensive view of their institution's approach to the problem we're trying to solve today. Now I'm moving on to shorter problems and shorter questions. I'll start with you, Rinse. What are the current challenges and barriers to financing transport infrastructure and operations in South Africa?
The MEC here says shorter answers, so I don't think that one can actually have short answers. Bankable project. So for as long as I've been in the sector, the discussions around the tables, the discussions at conferences like this, the discussions about infrastructure, we know there's a backlog. We know there is a lot that has to be done. We know, right? And the question always is, but why is it not being done? And the response which comes from all spheres is that there's simply, I mean, Bothwell mentioned now that, you know, there is all of this work that's being done, but only 10% of those projects actually make it through as bankable, ready for execution projects. Now the question is, how do we as a collective, so not just as a commercial bank, not just as World Bank and DBSA, but how do we as a collective, because in the audience there's key stakeholders, there's sponsors, there's TOCs, there's all of that. How do we as a collective make sure that we are not sitting here in 5 years' time and the question is posed again and the response again is a pipeline of... There really is only a few things, a handful of things that need to be done to ensure that we go from concept to executable, bankable project. And obviously there are things that make that impossible to do, but I think as a collective we need to put concerted effort. I mean, from Standard Bank we are very, very encouraged by the work that we are seeing coming through from the Department of Transport, because it goes a long way to actually unblocking these blockages. So, you know, I'm going around and around, but basically the key issues that are making it hard to fund projects is that the projects that are there, and specifically in transport, we need to have a predictability of revenues. We do. You know, when we're talking a toll road, when we're talking an airport, so passenger volumes, when you're talking a port, so cargo throughput, when you're talking a railway, so the freight commitments. For an investor and not just a bank, so for equity investors sitting in the room as well, they need a return. So those demand studies need to be done. Those agreements, those take-or-pay agreements need to be in place. We need to get to a point where we all can see how this is going to make money. That's point one. Point two, and I think Boitumelo touched on it. I know the DDG touched on it yesterday. It's something that we all know, but these projects are long dated in nature. So if you are looking at a project that 30 or 40 years out, you are looking at multiple government changes. We need stable, predictable regulation and policies. What we need as investors and participants in the sector, you need to know that Boitumelo and his team have worked on a PPP framework that is going to stay. It's not going to change when the new government comes in. we need to know that the contracts that are there, we're going to be able to enforce them, because these large projects are generally funded through SPVs, and there is a lot of contractual arrangements there. So everybody that participates in that SPV needs to know that if at any point you need to enforce on a transaction, on a contract, you are able to enforce it because the laws of the country allow for that to be able. So that is important. We need strong sponsors. And I'm South African, so I know that we have a history that doesn't always allow for that, but you can mitigate for that, right? The reason that a commercial bank like ours wants strong sponsors is that project prep takes time and it takes money. So, for you to get to Bothwell and where he's got project preparation funding to actually put at risk into a project, some initial work needs to have been done. And that initial work would have required money. So we need strong sponsors. And it's not just about financial strength. We need technical people. Rinzi here can't just wake up tomorrow and think that I know how to run a TOC. I really don't. But Rinzi can wake up tomorrow and think I can partner with someone who knows how to run that, because that adds credibility to your case. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, because this is one of the biggest reasons that projects actually simply just don't get off the ground. We need a fair allocation of risk. We cannot expect the government to take demand risk. We can't expect a bank to be taking risk that we are not best suited to handle. If there's operations and maintenance, that risk needs to be allocated to an O&M provider. If there is construction of a road or a rail, that needs to be allocated to an EPC. If there is, for example, now, with the rail reform that we're seeing, infrastructure risk, that cannot be put on a lender. So we need allocation of risk that is fair, that is transparent, and that is actually put to the person or the parties best placed to actually deal with those risks. I think once we have a combination of these things, we can, as a collective, again, not just as a, we can structure around these things. We can have discussions. We can mitigate. And we are now. Let me speak about rail reform, for example. We are right at the beginning. There'll be things that are there now that will not be there by the time we do this in 5 years' time. We saw that with REAP. Right? The risks that everybody perceived at the beginning of the renewable energy program, by the time you're in round 5, round 6, those risks aren't there because it's proven. So, in short, bankable projects, but there are a number of things underneath there that actually add to whether or not a project is bankable. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard the 7 challenges that Rinse has identified. Did she miss out anything from other panelists on this question? Anything you want to add? What's up?
And thank you, ma'am. I think I would just like to just emphasize the point that relates to regulatory frameworks insofar as it affects integration within the region. I think one of the challenges that we face, and it's great that actually in this inaugural conference, I've seen all of the ministers or deputy ministers of transport from the region. I think our message is to try and harmonize those frameworks so that it's easier to do business. And because the funding of transportation within the region is on the basis of corridors, there must be that alignment. As there is third-party access in South Africa, similar policies are being adopted or have been adopted. For example, in Botswana, there was a leader from Botswana, I think it was yesterday or the day before, who spoke about Botswana being open for business. They spoke about the East-West corridor, you know, the rail that link that they would like to have from Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe to Mozambique, for example. The North-South corridor from as far as Durban, going to Zimbabwe, Zambia, DRC, and the like. So for us to fund these corridors in a holistic and efficient manner, we need those reforms to be, the regulatory frameworks to be aligned so that when we do the funding, it's holistic, instead of doing one jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and it becomes a stop-start. Thank you.
That's a very good perspective because it covers corridors, and these corridors are not in one country, which means the degree of complexity increases, and the problems that have been identified just for South Africa compound when you go to other countries. Hubert?
Thank you, and it's perhaps not a risk yet. It's something that is going to be interesting to monitor over time, and I must just put it out there, I'm a very big supporter of transport economic regulation. It's just interesting that the Act refers to limits, limiting the tariff levels and so on. So when you look at how the Competition Commission had quite lots of interesting findings in terms of tariffs. I know with some of the rail projects in terms of rail access, there are also challenges in finding the right level of tariffs. So I was part of that initial process of the establishment of the Interim Rail Economic Regulatory Committee or platform. So I'm very happy that it's happening. For me, it's a big plus. It will just be interesting to monitor what happens over time in terms of those tariff levels and the focus on limitation, because private sector wants to maximize profits.
The economic regulator in transport. Thank you. I'll move on to the next question. This one is for Boitumelo. How can the private sector be effectively involved?
Thanks for that question. The way that I think about this, and I thought maybe I'll take a long scenic route in responding. And this is because I was looking at the latest GDP numbers. And one of the things that we get from there is that on an annual basis, fixed investment, which is gross fixed capital formation, has once again contracted. This is the second consecutive year where it is contracting. And again, when you look at that versus what we have in the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, which, similar to the NDP, says that we need to increase the level of GFCF to about 30% of GDP, and we are currently sub 15%, right? That's one of the problems that we have. The second thing which I think is important is that those who look at these numbers closely will also tell you that 2/3 of our GFCF fixed investment is actually done by the private sector. And I want to respond to that gentleman who asked a question a little earlier on. And 1/3, only 1/3 is done by government. So the one that invests the most in this economy is the private sector rather than the government. Now, when we talk about private sector participation, we are often talking about the private sector coming in to help us with our 1/3. But we also have to do something, especially from a regulatory policy and certainty perspective, to ensure that the money, capital that is earmarked for investment can actually be unlocked. Because if you don't have the right policies, if you don't have certainties and so on and so forth, those amounts or that capital will not necessarily flow to private sector projects. So I think that's one of the things that government has to do, but I don't think it's the biggest constraint. The biggest constraint that I want to talk to is in relation to the 1/3. So the private sector participation in public infrastructure. Again, we are often excited by the fact that budget allocations or infrastructure allocations have been going up. At the moment, we are saying we'll spend more than R1 trillion over the next 3 years. And I think just over 40% of that is dedicated to transport and logistics. So when you think about Transnet, when you think about Sanral, when you think about PRASA, when you think about PRMG, that provincial departments have to do, and so on and so forth, that's where the money is going. Now, an interesting thing is that PPPs, which are a tried and tested mechanism for bringing in the private sector, are only sitting at just over 2%, 2.4% to be more specific, right? And some people often ask, why is it that you want the private sector to come in and assist you as a government? Well, I would say this, and this is where the challenges are and where I think the private sector can come in. The first thing is we as a government are acknowledging that the capacity and capability of the state to do what it's supposed to has been eroded over a period of time. And we cannot afford to build that capacity and capability and saying that we'll only build our infrastructure once we have the skills and the expertise. We cannot afford that. The second thing is that our fiscal environment is constrained, and the balance sheet of many of the public entities that play in this space is really constrained. So we really want the private sector to come in and bring in the private capital that comes from banks, from DFIs, from philanthropic enterprises, and from institutional investors, and so on and so forth. The third thing that we want from the private sector is innovation. I mean, if we can do it ourselves, why do we need you? So the issues of innovation, the issues of discipline, project management discipline, and so on and so forth, those are the things that we need from the private sector. And for the most part, I think it needs to be said that government and the public sector are not in competition. Again, when you look at the composition of GFCF, you'll see that we invest in very different aspects. So there is no competition between government and the private sector. So my view is that government has been doing a lot of work around reforms, including on the CGV with the World Bank, from a financing perspective, from a project preparation perspective, from a policy and regulatory perspective, and so on and so forth. And I would say that the call to action, at least from where I come from, is that we have done a lot of the heavy lifting, and we are waiting for the private sector to fully come to the party and say, this is how we can help you achieve the aspirations that you have. And what are those aspirations? We want to grow the economy much, much faster, and also in an inclusive manner. We want to improve service delivery. We also want to create jobs and improve the climate resilience of this economy. And that would be my input. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Bothwell, speak to us about innovative financial models. The state can do this, private sector can do this, but the real value of private sector comes with innovation. So what are those?
Thank you. And I think there's already been quite a bit of discussion around some of these models from the presentation that we had earlier on from the World Bank and as part of the discussions, but maybe just to re-highlight and to crystallize in terms of those models. And again, I agree with my fellow panelists that the private sector is always touted as the the solution to the missing gap in terms of the financing. Obviously, governments are coming in. They say with about 40% of the requirement, and then you also have donor funding coming in at about 35%. And this participation and crowding in of private sector is key for us to be able to make strides in terms of delivering this infrastructure. And the main issue is to try and mobilize the domestic resources. And when I say domestic, I mean whether it's in South Africa or we're looking at Africa, to harness our own resources, whether it be, institutional capital that's there. There's quite a lot of savings that are there already in Africa. I think estimated at about 2.5 trillion. And if we can harness this for infrastructure and use some of these models in a manner, obviously, that's responsible and that reflects the risk appetite of the different investors, potential investors, then that would be a great step for us to realize the infrastructure dream for Africa. So in terms of those models, I think I will just relist that one of the top ones in terms of innovation would be the blended financing. And us as development finance institutions, I think between us and the World Bank already, we've mentioned this, bringing in that concessional funding, grants. Boitumelo has been speaking about the BFI grants, for example. It's a big area for us in South Africa. We've already been working with government and supporting some of our clients in terms of how to access, how to package their projects to be able to actually access those grants, and that would then de-risk those projects and bring them to bankability. Yesterday there was a discussion, I think it was in the REO, work stream, where an example was given of the line from Northern Cape to Saldanha, I think about 860 kilometers. This line needs upgrades for it to get to a point where we're fully utilizing or fully sweating the asset. And for that upgrade to happen, if I remember, I think it was Jamie from Traction. The private sector looks to government in some ways to actually assist to getting those kind of projects from a negative to a break-even level so that they can take it from there onwards. So these grants and concessional funding could then be the missing key that we will then bring on board to ensure that then when the private sector comes in, let's say if a long-term concession is then issued on that corridor, then they can invest in actually expanding and bringing the infrastructure to a level that it can then, carry all the freight that needs to be carried, whether it be iron ore or manganese and the likes, and also upgrading the ports in the port infrastructure in Saldanha. So just that is an example of how we can bring to bear concessional funding, grant funding. There was a mention of guarantees. I think I won't go back to that. We've been part to putting together the CGV with the World Bank and the government, and these are some of the things that we can do. And for the CGV, for example, it's not just going to be sector focused and only, let's say, a solution for the energy sector. It also has the potential to come into the transport and logistics sector to unlock a further investment. Again, on the blended finance, bringing in green financing or climate financing, which can come in at a concessional level. I've touched on concessions, but generally PPPs is one of the models that we can use. Again, we've, at least from the DBSA side, we've been involved in some of the key PPPs. The CEO of the Gautrain was here. My client, our client, the Gautrain, we always want to refer to them as a successful PPP. The handing over of the asset will happen by the end of this month. And these are some of the models that we can use to crowd in capital into infrastructure development. I think there was a gentleman that had asked about mass transit or passenger rail. That's one example of something that we have done together with Standard Bank, RMB, and other players in the market. Then moving on from PPPs, and maybe before I move in, one of the issues that we have there is this harmonization of PPP frameworks across the region. You find that some are more advanced than others. I think we were revising ours here in South Africa to try and make it easier and quicker, because sometimes it becomes quite, it almost becomes quite a lot of red tape to the extent that the actual objective of seeing PPP projects is not achieved, because there is now too many requirements and it becomes less user-friendly.
Bothwell, thank you very much. I'm going to now go to Hubert in terms of collaboration.
Thank you. And maybe I can just start to state that, one of our objectives is to help close the infrastructure funding gap. Now, we have three different approaches. The first is more on a strategic level, where we established the Development Partners Forum. So that's a collaboration platform for all your DFIs, World Bank, UK Export Credit Agency, China Construction Bank, I can list a lot. It is to engage, to learn from the private sector, the financial institutions, but also to share some of our insights on projects and to learn from that. National Treasury is part of it, Infrastructure Fund. So that's on a strategic level, so I think a very important platform. Then on a tactical level, I'm going to go into a bit more detail on the tactical level. That's where my team plays quite a critical role. So this morning you saw that one of the elements is the focus on inclusivity and inclusive growth. And the World Bank has published papers on inclusive growth, but there are lots of opinions on what level is South Africa's inclusive growth. So we signed a collaboration agreement with the University of Johannesburg, where we now developed a local government inclusive growth index. Now it consists of 8 variables in order to determine the inclusive index for each local municipality. 4 to 5 of those variables directly or indirectly influence infrastructure. We have backcasted it to 1993. So that information, there's a report available on our website. So why am I mentioning it? Everyone has a perception what town or city will have the highest inclusive growth, and some base it on how the city looks. Many mentioned in our discussions Cape Town. No, it's your smaller mining and agricultural towns. because our variables are based on per capita. And we've got heat maps. We can share it with, it's available. There's lots of data available. Because everybody must share in the benefits. If you have private sector, agriculture industry, the mining industry, you are increasing inclusivity. Interestingly, some of the areas where your government sector were the lowest form of inclusive growth. And it's not critique at government, it just means we need to participate. So that's one of the examples I'm mentioning. We're busy updating it now with the latest data, so on an annual basis we update that. The World Bank also established an index called the Rural Access Index. Now, it's very interesting and very relevant when you compare countries, but on a spatial perspective, it means nothing for us. So what my team did, we actually used 10 million household locations, and we actually developed a heat map to create a road access, not rural only, road access index for the entire country. So again, lots of information behind it, 10 million data points. And another interesting fact that comes out, your 10 worst locations in terms of road accessibility, only one of them had the negative population growth. The argument that we must not focus on rural areas, I disagree with, because the data tells me those areas also experience growth, lower levels of population growth, but they still grow, and we sit with 19 million rural population, so it's still a sizable chunk of a population. Another collaboration that we recently signed, and I'm glad the MEC of the Free State is here, is with the agricultural industry. Myself and our minister was last year at agricultural conference in the Free State, where lots of farmers complained about the high cost of logistics. So we signed a memorandum of collaboration, and we're currently busy with a very interesting model, both from a macroeconomic perspective, but also a micro input, where the actual industry, and it's Agri-SA and AgBiz, so it's some of your leading agricultural institutions. So we're doing Free State as a pilot. Currently, in terms of a model, we sit around 5,000 unique roads. We excluded national roads because they are high quality, so we just focus on all other roads. And this will now also help us to then prioritize, because every farmer says my road is the most important. But what we also did, I see Prof. Havengas also in the audience, we also focused on the mining industry and the manufacturing industry, because everyone blames somebody else for using their roads. Now, in terms of that model, we will be able to rank all 5,000 unique roads. That might increase over time. We're busy refining the model, because now that the non-disclosure was signed, the agriculture industry will give us more accurate information, so that the macroeconomic information will now become more accurate micro input from the industry. So this now will also help the Free State. I know in terms of their growth and development strategy, logistics is a critical element. But also then, when they apply for funding, at least it's based on a master plan approach, and you have actual evidence based on, the allocation of trips and trip distribution. So quite interesting. We learn a lot. We don't claim we know everything. And that's our approach. So maybe just then on a project level, ISA is also, in terms of our mandate, responsible for regulatory unblockings. Now, that's both public and private sector. So we have over 550 applications for regulatory unblocking. So that's when typically your EIAs take too long for decision making, your water use licenses. Sometimes you need a mining license to construct a project. So all those projects, ISA is assisting the different project sponsors with in terms of making sure the deadlines are met, that we get, unblock those constraints so that the projects can be advanced. I'm going to keep quiet now.
Please don't. I know that in the audience we have the Deputy Minister. We are here as the panel, and I think it's time that we wrap this up and give a report to the Deputy Minister. And I'm going to ask Satish to just give us the takeaways of this session so that we can call the Minister, Deputy Minister, with those as a handover.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the panel contributions, really appreciated that. Let's start with one big message, that the acknowledgement of transport sector, it's not about physical assets and moving parts, but it's rather connecting peoples, connecting communities to education, to health, to market access, and more broadly, it's an engine of growth. I think that acknowledgement is very, very clear from all the contributions that we received. Second, South Africa is also at a critical point of balancing multiple priorities. One on the macro fiscal space, second on the opportunity and growth space, right? So how do we balance these two objectives, but in a way that we grow at a sustainable manner? Okay? That takes us to the third point of limited public capital that we have with many competing demands need to be structured, organized in a way we mobilize private sector. There were many interesting observations presented here to say private sector is not just about capital. It's about bringing efficiencies, bringing innovation, the point that you raised, bringing management discipline, as well as bringing the expertise that complements public sector. But for that to happen, two fundamental factors. One, a commitment to reform the sector, which is already on board and it's progressing. Second, provide private sector with an enabling environment which is conducive, more from regulatory certainty that National Treasury is working on, project preparation that DBSA and ISA are working on. But equally important is how do we partner with private sector so that the growth that we contemplate, the participation, the investment that we are making is something that all parties are contributing to. I think with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Deputy Minister, that is the message from this panel. Predictability, whether it's policies or operating environment, improvement in contract management, all manner of this is about law and contracts, commitments that have been made, whether those are take-off agreements or any, but the importance of contract management, acknowledgement of tenors. Some financing agreements are only 5 years, 7 years, very easy because no one would have forgotten in that short time space. But once the agreement goes right over maybe 25, 30, 40 years, that's very long. So part of managing what is known about those tenors and the unchangeability of those contracts, irrespective which government is in power. That's what came out of this. And obviously, transparency. This is about South Africa. South Africans request transparency in all that we do together as private sector, with you as government and all the other players. That is the message I had from this panel, and that's what I'm transmitting to you, sir. I have an announcement from the DG. He has asked for the delegates to please participate in the survey questionnaire that has been published through the Department of Transport conference website. If you can just please fill in that questionnaire. As we exit this stage and hand over to the program director, the MEC, I would like your assistance at the end for these people that I'm thanking. Dr. Satu Kakkonen, Mr. Satish Sundarayan, Miguel Navarro, Rinsi Tembo, Bothwell Manakai, Boitumelo Mashilo, Hubert, I'm forgetting your surname, I'm so sorry. And if there's anyone that I didn't mention, the MEC will correct me, but please let us thank all of these who have spoken this morning. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great moderation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting
Thank
you
you.
very much.
No, I heard it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Okay. MEC, the platform is yours. It's back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bongi. At this stage, I would like to invite the entire House to join me through an applause to welcome on stage Donald Slamulela, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in Parliament for Transport. He's going to handle and another round of applause for the panelists that have just exited the stage.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for me, please. No, thanks very much. The Minister in absentia and the Deputy Minister Tlengwa and your colleagues, Deputy Ministers from the Kingdom of Eswatini, from the Republic of Mozambique, from Tanzania, from Zimbabwe, and from the Republic of Botswana. Our fellow members of Parliament present here today, our dearest MECs from our 9 beautiful provinces of the Republic of South Africa, our mayors, our councillors, our councillors responsible for transport and mobility all over the country, our heads of our 16 entities in the Department of Transport, our various role players from the industry, the buses, the taxi, e-hailing, rail, maritime and aviation, our non-governmental players, various presenters and experts who assist us with content here, our hard-working officials, conference delegates, friends and compatriots. Allow me to, on behalf of the People's Republic of South Africa, and surely on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Transport, to extend our greetings this morning in the name of Everything for Transport. Honorable Deputy Minister, I know my task is to read the declaration, but maybe just to make a comment that when I came here on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, I did not come alone. I came with other members who are seated here in front, members of the portfolio. I did that because when I was invited, I extended the invite to them because I wanted us to do oversight practically on site on this conference. So I must say, And on behalf of the portfolio, and I don't think they will challenge that something was wrong with this conference when you come to report about it in the portfolio. I'm confident that they will support that indeed you must, because this was inaugural, you must have another one and another one. Because when we had a discussion outside, we're indeed impressed as members that of the high level of organization that we have seen here. We have also the levels of efficiency that we have seen and the content, the rich content that we have witnessed in commissions, which are very, very impactful in terms of what we have seen. But most importantly, the zeal and passion displayed by delegates to this conference is commendable and deserves a round of applause. And the testimony to this is the fact that until this particular time, you still have a hall full packed. Now, this is a confirmation that, from oversight point of view, that you did not just invite passerbyers. You know, there are conferences where you just invite everyone to come in so that the hall can be full and the delegates can be huge. But in here, you have minds that are united to ensure that the transport, which is an anchor and a fuel of our economy, moves forward. Here you have great men and women who dedicated themselves to ensure that we make a transport industry, a workable industry for all in this country, and that we really appreciate as a portfolio committee of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. I don't have to waste much of time, but to go straight to what is the task that I'm given to deliver here today, MEC Mbalula. But just as I conclude towards what I was saying of my comments is that indeed we are convinced this way 3 days of everything transport and nothing else but transport. And thanks very much, DM and your team. I extend on our behalf our gratitude to the Minister. We have also noted the commands that we have received from the Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of South Africa, and we'll be monitoring on how you are faring in implementing those particular commands that we got from the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa. We have also noted the commitments that the Minister has made in response to those particular commands, but we have also noted the rich content that came and the recommendation that came from all the experts and all the breakaway sessions that we had. So allow me to say, as I read on behalf of the delegates of this conference, that we, the representatives of national, provincial, and local government, including ministers from South Africa and from countries within the South African development community, ambassadors, MECs, mayors, leaders of state-owned entities, representatives of the private sector, organized labor, academia, financial institution, industry association, transport operators, international partners, academia, civil society organization, and community, together with distinguished guests, including international representatives, convened in Johannesburg, Republic of South Africa, from the day of the 16th to the 18th of March 2026 for the inaugural transport conference hosted by the National Department of Transport of the Republic of South Africa. This inaugural conference occurred amid rapidly evolving geopolitical developments worldwide, which have significant implications for the global transport system in South Africa, our country, in the aviation space, in the maritime, in the rail, and in freight. It is also a world where innovation is paramount. Transport systems are the lifeblood of the nation, on land, in the sea, and on air, enabling economic growth, regional integration, trade facilitation, job creation, improved mobility, and social inclusion, connecting communities to opportunities, services, and markets. The strategic role of transport advances priorities 1 and 3 of the Midterm Development Plan 2024 to 2029. The Transport Conference marks a historic milestone in the democratic era by establishing a national platform that brings together the entire transport ecosystem to shape the sector's future. We adopt this Johannesburg Declaration as a shared commitment to strengthening and transforming South Africa's transport sector. Participants recognize that South Africa's transport system is the most extensive on the continent. It includes rail, freight, and passenger services, a wide range of road network, non-motorized transport, critical road-based public transport services, aviation infrastructure connecting regional and global markets, and strategic maritime ports that support international trade. Participants recognize that modern transport system must respond to global technological and environmental developments, including digitalization, automation, global warming, and climate resilience. Sustained collaboration with the SADC region remains essential for positioning South Africa as a competitive logistic hub capable of supporting economic growth to deliver regional integration, effective and efficient transport access to goods, and facilities for all the residents of the region. Participants identified key themes shaping the future of transport sector. 1, enabler of economic growth. Transport systems are essential to trade competitiveness and job creation. 2, integrated transport system. Move towards integrated inclusivity, connectivity, and logistic efficiency. 3, public transport reform. Prioritize safety, accessibility, reliability, affordability, and integration. 4, infrastructure development and maintenance. Sustain investment in resilient transport infrastructure. 5, inclusivity, implement road safety improvements and action plan for universal accessible transport. 6, sustainable and green transport, contribute low carbon technologies, green fuels, and energy efficiencies. 7, skills development and institutional capacity, develop skill and strengthen all spheres of government. 7, investment and financing, mobilize diverse financing mechanisms, pension funds, and private investors. In responding to the President's challenge to reduce the enormous cost to the country of logistic inefficiencies, implement inclusive transport, support cross-sector collaboration, and establish a permanent transport forum council, the conference resolved to implement the following: a transport forum guiding dialogue, collaboration, and strategic coordination in the sector. A national transport conference taking place every 2 years, hosted by the Department of Transport. Regional and international collaboration, strengthening cooperation of transport corridor development and facilitating trade. Evidence-based policy and innovation, promoting data-driven decision-making, research collaboration, and innovation. Lastly, infrastructure investment, mobilizing new investment and innovative financing mechanism to support transport infrastructure development and modernization. We as delegates reaffirm our commitment to transform the transport sector into a modern, integrated, and accessible system. The country pays for an integrated system, whether it has it or not. Our legacy will be to connect communities, support inclusive economic growth, create jobs, and advance social development. I salute.
We have now come to an end of the conference, and a round of applause to you all for being a wonderful audience. As we welcome on stage the Deputy Minister, and a round of applause for that. Thank you.
Program Director, the Honorable MEC Mbalula, and all MECs who are present this morning. MEC Ngata, MEC Selego, MEC Koloi, whom I've seen, our colleagues whom we are tasked with the responsibility of transport in the Republic. At the outset, let me tender the apology of Minister Barbara Creasy, who is not in this morning due to cabinet commitments and the fact that we have got quite a number of memos that have to serve before cabinet, and so what she's implementing there, excuse me, is the work that in part this conference would have directed, and so her absence is only due to that particular reality that we are not in charge of the cabinet calendar, but she does extend her warmest wishes to all of us here this morning. To our colleagues in the SADC region, the deputy ministers of Eswatini, Botswana, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique who have joined us this morning, thank you once again, colleagues, for spending the past 3 days with us, and I hope that it has been worthwhile, and we look forward to joining your national transport conferences in due course. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Salamlela, and the members of the Portfolio Committee who are here this morning, thank you very much. To the chairpersons of our boards and board members and our CEOs of the transport ecosystem colleagues, good morning. Acting Director General and the DDGs and the entire Department of Transport, good morning. To our representatives and panelists, moderators, academia and knowledge partners, leaders of business and labor, and all the sectors of the ecosystem of transport, representatives of civil society organizations, industrial organizations and manufacturers, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a singular honor and a privilege for me this morning to deliver these closing remarks of the inaugural transport conference which we have held over the past 3 days, where we have given strength to the reality of collaboration and knowledge sharing. But also, as we move forward, it must be testament to our resolve to strengthen cooperation on trade and investment internationally. South Africa and So amongst others, South Africa and the region must address the climate-induced challenges and climate change disruptions to the transport ecosystem and operations, which requires resilient and sustainable infrastructure. Colleagues, we have met under the auspices of the Medium-Term Development Plan, which is the basic minimum program of the 7th administration, where amongst others, we must be able to build a capable, ethical and developmental state, ensure inclusive economic growth, create jobs and reduce poverty and the high cost of living. The National Transport Conference represents the mighty ecosystem of transport, as the Minister pointed out, with the capacity to contribute to the realization of the priorities of the Medium-Term Development Plan. This mighty ecosystem must generate a shared understanding of the global, regional and domestic risks and opportunities, ensuring every mode of transport plays its role in the provision of safe, accessible, efficient and effective movement of people, goods and services. We must bring provincial and local government to a shared perspective on transport development, on road infrastructure, upgrades and maintenance, public transport availability, accessibility, safety and reliability, and competitive freight logistics. This is a classic case of many voices, many programs, many responsibilities, but one program of an integrated transport system. His Excellency the President highlighted urgent areas for improvement to ensure transport plays its role as an enabler of development and competitive growth. And these improvements in transport must unlock opportunities, restore competitiveness, and contribute to reducing inequality. The impact of significant global and local changes are ever present. South Africa must encompass not only intra-regional competition, but strengthen collaboration on trade and investments internationally. South Africa and the region must address climate-induced challenges. Climate change, colleagues, disrupts transport systems, operations, and requires resilient and sustainable infrastructure. Transport must therefore be accessible to everyone and leave no one behind. Inaccessible, unaffordable transport and the high frequency of road accidents remain a constant challenge that we must address. We must remind ourselves, colleagues, of the President's marching orders, or as I teased him the other day, his Chumatina moment, to reduce the enormous cost of freight logistics and operations and enable private sector participation for accelerated improvements. We must modernize passenger rail infrastructure, increase the number of trains built, and let's get that high-speed train rail operational, colleagues. And to achieve this goal, we must attract and enable and increase investment from the private sector. Transport must be accessible to everyone, colleagues. I want to reiterate that as we speak about integration, we need to be mindful of the need to make sure that transport is affordable and we put back money into the pockets, particularly understanding the socio-economic imbalances of our country and historic spatial planning, which means our people live far away from the means of production and productivity of the economy generally. They should not rather work to pay to get to work. They must work so that their lives and the lives of their families can be improved. In the breakaway sessions, we focused on the 4 conference themes where transport is the driver for growth, job creation, inclusivity, and sustainability. To give guidance to this huge ecosystem and focus the work on all of our entities on the common program of improving our passenger, freight, and logistics systems over the next 4 years. We must be reminded of the 6 priorities of the department as we live today. The first being that we must ensure that by 2029, 250 million tons of freight are transported on the Transnet network per annum. The second is to improve the speed by which we load and unload ships to the international benchmark of 30 gross crane movements per hour. Thirdly is to ensure that our passenger rail system provides safe, reliable, and affordable transport to workers and their families, and we aim to ensure 600 million passenger journeys by the year 2030. And fourthly is to boost the contribution of aviation to tourism, economic development, and job creation, where we expect 42 million passengers through the AXA network. Fifthly is to ensure 1.2 million tons of air freight through the AXA network. And sixthly, to reduce road fatalities by 45% by the year 2029 and 50% by the year 2030, in line with the United Nations Decade of Action. To achieve these goals, therefore, colleagues, we need to work together, and that is why we are here today. We need predictable governance, open access frameworks and reforms that survive political cycles. Financing is a cross-cutting constraint, as we have heard from the panel that was before us today. We need to improve supply chain capacity, attract local and international finance, establish independent regulatory bodies, and ensure program management that meets predicted timeframes. The taxi industry is a top supplier of public transport, wherein 80% of our commuters move through this sector. Therefore, we need to conclude the resolutions of the consultative conferences that we have held with the taxi industry, and I want to thank both the president of NTA and Santaco and the entire taxi industry who have been present here today, fostering the working relationship we seek to cultivate to professionalize the industry, push back on the frontiers of violence, and to ensure that our people are able to travel in a manner where they are confident that they are safe and will arrive on time. Therefore, the very active participation of Santaco and NTA over the past 3 days has been warmly welcomed, and I thank the presidents for ensuring that their delegations and themselves have been here today. Siyabonga kakhulu. We must accelerate workable relations between financial institutions, OEMs, and the taxi industry to de-risk the industry. We are encouraged to note that the taxi industry, passenger bus and rail operators are already talking together about a shared future. Further on the roads, we want to commend SANRAL for their role in building suppliers for a road construction industry in line with our transformation and industry development aims. SANRAL continues to implement very impressive projects, supporting jobs and empowering SMMEs in mega road build projects. However, our roads are most often death traps, taking the lives of ordinary people. In 2025, we lost 11,400 lives on our roads. We need to do more and better, and our revised National Road Safety Strategy is going to assist us build on the gains of the past 2 years of pooling and sharing of resources with provinces and municipalities as we strive to save lives. Therefore, we need to strengthen our interventions on our roads to ensure that we confront the dangers and environments which our people travel in. We must improve provincial and municipal infrastructure for walking, cycling, eradicating potholes, implementing regulation, and integrating planning and budgeting between the spheres of government. From a point of view of trade facilitation, we must remain sensitive to the current geopolitical tensions that affect maritime and air transport across the world. We must position our country and region as an alternative hub for both port operational flexibility and agility. The aviation sector is critical for enabling growth and connectivity. The single air transport market remains important to increase connectivity between our African cities. This requires far-sighted and very strategic leadership in aviation and in the maritime sectors. I would like to digress momentarily and indicate that the recent developments in the Middle East have heightened global concerns around maritime safety in the region. Several major shipping companies have already begun rerouting their vessels away from the area and towards the Cape of Good Hope as an alternative for safer passage. This instability is expected to increase, therefore, the number of vessels navigating along South Africa's coastline, which remain one of the world's busiest and strategically important international shipping routes. South Africa will experience a significant spike in east-west shipping traffic, particularly container vessels, tankers, and bulk carrier now avoiding the Middle East route. The rerouting of vessels could therefore increase transits along the Cape of Good Hope route by a significant number, depending, of course, on the duration of the situation in the Middle East. Higher traffic density along our coast increases the importance of robust maritime awareness, search and rescue readiness, and accident prevention measures. Greater reliance on the South African maritime safety systems will be a reality, including navigation warnings, monitoring, incident management, and coordination with our neighboring states. In this regard, we want to reiterate that the Maritime Rescue Coordination Centre in Cape Town, the MRCC, will continue to operate 24/7 with internationally recognized capacity and certified personnel, and monitor all vessels transiting the South African search and rescue region. And we will monitor the distress signals in cooperation with the Telkom Maritime Services, and there will be coordination of search and rescue operations within the SA Search and Rescue region. Furthermore, the SAMSA, our Maritime Safety Authority, will continue to ensure the safe navigation of vessels in South African waters and will issue and manage maritime notices, navigational warnings, and advisories. We will enforce compliance with international conventions, including SOLAS, MAPOL, and the SAR Convention, and protect the marine resources and prevent pollution arising from the increased maritime activity in our waters. Furthermore, on the front of coordination with domestic and international agencies, SAMSA will maintain active communication with the IMO, regional maritime authorities within the SADC region, the national partners including the South African Navy, SAPS, Transnet National Ports Authority, and the Department of Transport. This collectively ensures a coordinated approach to managing increased vessel movement, safety interventions, and incident response capacity. Furthermore, SAMSA, as part of the interventions that it will be providing during this time, is enhancing our monitoring of vessel traffic through all our systems. I hope that this will provide some level of assurance and certainty to the maritime sector that under the circumstances, South Africa will respond positively to the strain and demand that is being placed on all of us during this time. As I draw to conclusion, we wish to welcome and support the President's idea of establishing a permanent transport council that collaborates and builds consensus and drives innovation modeled along the lines of the experience of the Energy Council. We need to accelerate innovation within the freight and passenger sectors, ensuring that the process includes collaboration with the private sector. We must move the country towards sustainable and accessible operations, modern infrastructure, digitalization of technologies, and better operational predictability, including the predictability on regulation. My last act this morning is to thank all of you. But before I go down that list of people I want to thank, I just want to check, where's Auskibi Manana, the acting Deputy Director General of Public Transport, who has been the convener of our conference. I would like her to come up front for us to express our sincerest appreciation for all the hard work that her and the team have put in. I've got a joke there in the department. I always say the minister is a slave driver, and she doesn't like that, but I remind her of that anyway. So as this conference has been planned for and prepared for, I got a breather from the slave driver because the energy went all the way to Kibi Manana. To her and her team, thank you very much. I really want us to express our sincerest appreciation for all the hard work she has done. In her day job, she's the acting Deputy Director General for Public Transport, but we added this. So thank you very much, Housekeeping. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. She's the lady of the moment. Thank you for everything. Fantastic. And all the co-conveners and the team, I know it's a very big team, but she bore the brutal brunt of all that we had to do. And so thank you very much, Ma'am Kib. I want to thank all our entities. There's 16 of them. I don't want to miss one, but all the entities of the Maritime Branch, the Aviation Branch, the Roads Branch, and the Rail Branch colleagues, thank you very much for your cooperation and all the hard work that you have put into this, to the chairpersons of the boards and the CEOs, some of whom are still present here this morning. Thank you very much, colleagues. Teamwork works. We want to express our appreciation to Their Excellencies, the Deputy Ministers of the SADC region who are present here today. You have been active participants. You have enriched our process, and we believe that integration is key if we were to meet the demands of growth, development, and fighting socio-economic inequalities that prevail in our respective countries. To the MECs, our colleagues whom we work very hard with on a daily basis, don't forget there's a meeting again today at 6 on road safety every week. So, Mas Pumala siyasebenza. But I want to thank the MECs for buying into this idea when it was presented to them, having it as a shared program to ensure that there is coherence in the ecosystem of transport throughout the country, and to local government sector, SALGA and the municipalities, to the MMCs responsible for transport and its material facets. Thank you very much. So colleagues, I want to thank our international speakers who have taken the time and trouble. I know that travel has not been easy given what is happening around the world, but for you to push on, press on and persevere to come here motivates us and assures us that the work that we are doing is not just for South Africa and the region, but it's for the world. In my outlook, if South Africa works and the world works. So thank you very much, colleagues, for being here. We have been thoroughly enriched by your insights, and we believe that you owe us another visit in due course as we continue with the work that you are doing to gauge progress, to partner with us, and to point us in the direction of where there are other opportunities for collaboration. We want to wish you safe journeys back as you go back to your respective countries, and when you get there, tell them South Africa is open for business. South Africa is safe, and South Africa is hard at work. Thank you very much. So colleagues, our special thanks really, as I've said, goes to the convener and the co-conveners, to all their supporting teams for their outstanding work. And in our thanks, we want to include our knowledge partners, our speakers, facilitators, moderators, and content creators. I'm not saying I'm a content creators of social media, but actual content. So thank you very much. Portfolio Committee Chairperson, thank you very much for being here with the honorable members. At least you know it was not wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Considering my previous life as Scopa Chair, I was loath of conferences, but I think you attest that this has been worthwhile. But what is important is an open invitation. Hold us accountable to the commitments and the plans that we have made. Hold us accountable to our priorities and call us at any time. I always say oversight and accountability are an enabler for development. So we will field your difficult questions, and we will lean on the insights that you will give us. We want to thank SAPS, the State Security Agency, our service providers, and the Gallagher Estate. And last but not least, I want to thank every colleague who is in this room, who has taken the time, who has made the effort and has made an input. And as our teams consolidate everything that has been discussed in one way or the other, I hope that the final product, you will find a bit of yourself and know that therefore it was worthwhile for you to be here. I want to thank the Honorable Minister, in absentia, Minister Barbara Creasy, whom I have the privilege of deputizing, for all the hard work and the stellar leadership that she has provided to this department over the past few months since our arrival. We might not be where we are, but what I want to assure you, we will get there. We are in transit, we are in motion, and we believe in the strength of collaboration and working together. And if anything, at the end of this term, if we are still here, what we want to have achieved is an integrated transport ecosystem where every voice is heard and where every idea gains credence in the work that we do. Colleagues, let's work together. We are here to break down the silos, and we are here to improve the lives of the people. I conclude by what I've always reminded the team at DOT, that when I left high school a few years ago, and please underline a few years ago, because I'm still under 40, you see. What our high school principal, Peter McKillen, told us when we left high school. He said, as you go out into the world, don't let things replace people. Every day, it's always about the people. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you, and God bless South Africa. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, DM. I've been asked to make an announcement that all the moderators and the speakers that participated in different panels to remain behind as we break and depart home, as we break for lunch and depart home. Thank you very much.